My hand's still full. I gotta get rid of this one first. So pass this to the lady in the tail. Now don't drink that now, because I know how you all go. Don't drink the woman taints. All right. Who else? Who else? All right, this lady right here, beautiful lady in white. Give that to her. All right, mom getting her refill. All right. All right, I think that's it. The paper boys have come and they have left the building. They fed the 5,000 on the north side. Y'all make some noise for the paper boys one more time. They tried, they tried. Y'all think they should win the parade because of that? You know what, a group give y'all no drinks? Man, y'all is a tough crowd, but y'all tough.
Talking. We're hoping that you'll be able to hear some of the audio.
You all ready for some more Junkanoo? All ready for some more Junkanoo? Are you all ready to go home? Because the Warriors give you a little bit of everything. Huh? You waiting for the volley? You waiting for the volley? If you waiting on the Saxons, make some noise.
All right, the defending champions, one family has come through Rawson Square, come through Bay Street, completing their first lap here now this morning. I'm going to lose all of my apparatus. That's just how exciting it is. They've come through now in a very dynamic performance this morning. They, of course, are the defending champions from the Boxing Day and New Year's Day parades previously, and so a lot to prove this morning and a lot to try and hold on to for them. We are also joined in the anchor's booth by Amber Carey of Alive. Amber, good morning now. Good morning.
Yeah, it's good morning. We're now into December 27th.
Yes. Good morning to you. So we've had some of your colleagues up here from Alive previously just talking about the parade and how it's been going and some of the things that have been happening on your end. But now I want to hear from you. I know you've literally been on the ground for hours. your perspective on how things are going.
We've been really happy, Jerome, and it's good to be here. I just checked in with the team. About 95% of the tickets have been redeemed. So we've got, as you can see,
Nice.
the stands are absolutely full.
Right.
We had a really seamless process with the scanning of the tickets. So we're really happy with how the team has rallied together and, you know, ensuring that everybody had a seamless process getting through the gates and into their seats.
So, Amber, how has Alive been working? I know not every time you're going to have perfect execution, but how has Alive been maneuvering through, I guess, any challenges throughout the night?
Yeah, so, you know, here on the ground, we've, you know, tried to equip each gate with personnel to help out the staff. We've been working closely with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture and the JCMP to, you know, make it as smooth as possible. You know, I think everybody's aware that we had some issues with the app in the beginning, but, you know, we've taken that feedback, continue to just provide innovation, continue to improve it, and so we're really, really happy with how things have gone so far.
What do you think about the parade overall, though? Because we've seen some pretty good performances from the A groups as well as the B groups even, you know. One family, the returning champs, just came through. They rocked Rawson Square just now.
You could feel the excitement in the crowd. You know, they call themselves the greatest show on earth.
Yeah.
And I think we've been really happy. You know, as you can see, we were standing here, the ground was shaking, everybody was rocking and rolling. I think that's a good indicator of what's to come for the rest of the parade.
All right. Now, looking forward to New Year's, what can we look forward to seeing from Alive as we sponsor the parade as well?
So I think, you know, what we're going to do is we're going to take, you know, the lessons from this parade and we're going to incorporate them into into the New Year's Day parade. There are still some tickets left, so if anybody didn't get to go to Bay today, a lot of people had work, you know, after they changed the parade. So what we encourage everybody to go onto the Live Events app, download it, and you can purchase your tickets there.
Amber, how do you coordinate so much? This is a busy time of the year from a retail perspective. You're coming off of Black Friday, you've got Christmas, it's a big time in your retail stores, and then you have this monster going.
Listen, I was just going to tell you, Junkanoo is a beast, you know, and it wasn't until we started this 5-year partnership with the JCMP and the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture last year that we really knew what it took to put on Junkanoo. You know, there's a lot of hard workers, a lot of volunteers in the background that spend months endlessly putting on this parade. And so it's just been a balance. The team has absolutely stood up. So I have to give, you know, commendment to the entire Alive Cable Bahamas team, RTV team, have really rallied behind late nights, weekends for the last few weeks getting ready to be prepared. But boy, it's a lot of work.
I've also got to ask, you know, as a company that is primarily, like your foundation really is in telecommunications, this is new to you in many ways.
Yeah,
and there's so many moving parts to it.
Look, and we were excited, right? We're trying to look, you know, part of the core pillars of Alive is its community. And what's bigger than community than Junkanoo? And we were really trying to figure out is how do we bring our innovation, how do we bring our technology to this cultural experience? And so we've really been happy, and I think, you know, we're excited to come for what's to come in the next few years of how we can help the JCMP, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, really take Junkanoo to the next level.
So what else can Alive do, I guess, to make the parade better, right?
Listen, you know, virtual reality is doing some really interesting things right now, right? So you can we've started to see technology where people, you know, are in virtual worlds and they're watching sports games and it feels like they're in the stands. Those are the kind of things we look forward to, you know, potentially seeing with Junkanoo in the future.
Okay, cool.
So I know, you know, too, this is a big part, you mentioned it, it's a big part of your community focus.
Yes.
And really putting a lot of the effort and energy into the community and the Junkanoo community.
Yeah, so we have been out at all the practices, stream living. We have been in the shacks. We've been supporting where we can. You know, it's so part of who we are as an organization. It just felt right to do this partnership with the JCNP.
What are some of the things that you have learned?
Well, Junkanoos don't sleep.
No.
You don't sleep. Nobody, you know, and what I appreciated is, you know, everybody sees Bay Street, you know, for those 2 nights, but there's so much work that's put in from so many people, you know, starting pretty much the first week of January, the clock sets again and the road to Bay starts all over again.
Sure. And I know, you know, for those who don't know, of course, Alive is a part of the cable group of companies.
That's right.
And so while you will see the Alive brand, the Alive fiber, you'll even see our TV and our news. There are so many other arms to the company that are involved here as well.
Absolutely. We've got fiber powering our coverage. We've got techs on the ground. So it's definitely a capable group of companies that is helping to put this together.
Great, great, great. All right, so we're going to take you down to the road for a bit and enjoy some of the, I think these are some of the smaller groups that are coming through.
I'm so patient, we depending on you. So let's go. Run on in your honey. Till it came up the road. Till it came down the road. Till it is on the road. Please call baby him that baby. Let's go. Till it is on the road. Let's go. Hey, run in your honey gang. We gang. We gang. All right, we are getting ready now to see Conquerors for Christ. This is a B division group. All right, their theme this morning is the Bahamas Golden Jubilee Games, which they are depicting that transpired during the last historical event. Their banner depicts the logo of the Bahamas Games with various islands and athletes. Their lead costume, Long Island Sailing Champions. Step down, Islands of the Games. The choreographed dancers are representing the Columbus Isle Arawaks. Their brass, New Providence Buccaneers. Cowbellers, Bahamas Games logo. Their drummers, scrapers, Grand Bahama Lucayans, and the free dancers depicting the various sports displayed in the games. These are the Conquerors for Christ. They're off the shoulders. Bimini and the Barry Islands Marlins, sailing the national sport. Eleuthera Adventurers, Bahamas Game Secretariat, Exuma Navigators, and volleyball.
And this is their banner on the screen now as they prepare to leave the hole. As we know, they're a part of the B category.
Yes. And interestingly, just a little history, you know, in the early days of Junkanoo,
The church frowned upon this activity. It was not seen as something that Christians or followers of Christ or certain people did, and so the church never got involved. But now to see groups that are named in honor of conquerors for Christ and others, it tells you and depicts you the evolution of Junkanoo.
Right, and religious leaders actually leading various groups. So that's
Yes, and participating.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And some churches, you actually go, and they, particularly for watch night service, they'll have a Junkanoo rush out in the church, cowbells and drums in church.
Yep.
You know, with a mini rush, and so you can see that the art form has really transcended all spheres of society.
Right. I'm looking forward to the execution of the Bahamas Games theme, though. This should be fairly interesting. And the breakdown of the different aspects and the different islands. For example, Long Island and the sailing champions, you know. Long Island is close to my heart, so, you know,
So is mine.
Mine too, but we ain't getting no Long Island discussion. It'll be a problem. They'll be texting me in a minute.
So, no, I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely.
They're top contenders in the B category. Slow thing to see how they execute this theme. They look rather small this morning.
Amber, I have to ask, do you all get a lot of interaction with the groups as you're preparing for this? What is the level of the Alive staff and even the Cable Bahamas staff?
So I think this year definitely more than last year.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we work very closely with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture and the JCNP. And then we have now, we got such good engagement on the streaming of the practices that the groups asked us to come back again. So we're starting to, we work with the shacks, starting to support the groups more and more in any way that we can. We power them with our Wi-Fi, our MiFi devices, so we connect all the shacks, and making sure.
I see you, brother. I see you. Number one programmer in the country.
So more and more, we're getting involved with the groups.
And it's those
in the square, ladies and gentlemen, I got Conquerors for Christ. Conquerors for Christ. But right now, I have a free ticket I want to give away.
Interaction.
Can anybody tell me what's the number one New Year's party in the land?
Want to show up? You have over 100 Alive volunteers, maybe 200 Cable Bahamas employees out here volunteering tonight, on their own time. They got to go to work tomorrow. And so it's definitely not just writing checks. We're here to actually build relationships in the community.
So safe to say Cable Bahamas and Alive has really just embraced and adopted Junkanoo.
Absolutely. It was like a match made in heaven. We were so excited when we did this partnership. We think there's so much potential with Junkanoo. We think that, we could really take what we consider the greatest show on earth, to the rest of the world.
Incredible stuff. So we're watching Conquerors for Christ as they make their way into Rawson Square. Again, a B category group. Still just as important, and they're looking to have a good time and put on a show in Rawson Square, which is the heart of downtown, right? Where everything happens, where the show happens. And so we're looking forward to the good music from Conquerors for Christ, celebrating 50 years and the Bahamas Games.
What I like about this year's order of entry, because the A groups, the more popular groups, are spread out, it gives these smaller groups an opportunity to have that audience.
Yeah.
Because if all those larger groups came out early, it would be a very different scene out here.
People are going home.
Yeah.
So it's smart to have them scattered throughout the big groups as well. This is a beautiful banner here, celebrating the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and that's the 50th, the Golden Jubilee logo there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many groups we see, showcase 50 years of independence, right?
That's going to be very that's going to be very common.
Yeah.
This morning, and rightfully so.
I thought it was a very interesting tactic of one family just now to, while they were celebrating 50 years, they also highlighted their competitors. They had sections with the Valley Boys, sections with the Stars.
That was very different.
It was different, but I'm wondering how that will work in the scheme of judging.
Well, it was very mature of them, I would say.
Strategic?
Yeah, it was strategic, yes.
I
definitely.
don't know, because if you're one family, you're saying, who are we? The people saying the Valley. I don't
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
Well, there was some loyalty to the individual pieces when they came through, but nonetheless, I thought it was a very mature thing for them to do, to be able to honor those Junkanoo greats.
Yes, wonderfully executed. And again, on your screen right now is Conquerors for Christ. entrants in the B category making their way through Rawson Square right now. Still to a very packed Rawson Square. People are still excited. So Amber, what do you think about the importance of, I guess, the smaller groups? Because yes, we have the supporters of the Valley, the Saxons, Genesis, Roots, One Family, but also people who come out here to have fun as well. And I'm not talking about the B category groups. I'm talking about the smaller groups. People call them the scrap groups. What do you think about their participation in Junkanoo?
I mean, I think it's key. It's critical, right? It's how the Junkanoo started with those smaller scrap groups. I mean, it's definitely evolved into something much bigger. But I think we don't want to lose that, right? That's the essence of it at its core.
And again, a live sponsorship is not just for the big groups; it's for Junkanoo on the whole.
Nope. And so we also sponsored the Chosen Ones, which is a smaller group as well. So you'll see them hitting Bay Street sometime shortly.
Will you ever hit Bay Street yourself?
Stay tuned.
I mean, I have, several times. With the greatest group alive, the Saxons, in my opinion,
Fighting words on here.
I have,
Keep your nonsense up, Carl. We won't invite you back.
But yeah.
My parents, long time ago, had a scrap group.
Oh, cool.
Back in the day.
Oh, that's a beautiful costume there.
Yeah.
All right, we got the Conquerors for Christ.
And even the smaller groups come up, showcase some beautiful craftsmanship.
You talk about B groups, but this is a lot of work for any group. And these kids sometimes are in the shacks themselves pasting these costumes right alongside the adults.
Yeah.
So there's a tremendous amount of work for any group that's coming to Bay Street.
And prior to a few years now, a lot of them would go from preparing for Junior Junkanoo to preparing for Big Junkanoo.
Yep.
So they would spend perhaps a whole month in the shack, just getting ready for school, competition, and now the big boys.
I love to see the kids out, though. It means the tradition continues, right?
My late grandmother used to say, the one thing you don't have to teach Bahamians is Junkanoo.
Right.
She'd always say that's the one thing you don't have to teach us how to do.
Valley boys. You all want to see Roots? Yeah, I want to see them. You all want to see Saxon? Yeah, I want to see them. The Valley! Yeah, where the Valley boys at? The Valley boys!
Oh, you heard them.
But we got Congress for Christ doing their thing. Celebrate 50. Celebrate Bahamas, V50. Conquerors for Christ. Y'all cheer them on, cheer them on. Look at the young man doing positive things.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, what's your name, man? What's your name?
Breathe.
Breathe. Breathe and call me out. Say, I only check in for the middle of the place. She says she know all about her life. I must ask anything about her life. She can answer. That's what she said. All right. Good. You ready? When was Alive established in the Bahamas?
Alive. I was born in 1975.
Alive was established the same day when Alive was established.
In Nassau of the Bahamas. There's 7 locations. And they sell Alive, top up and stuff.
What's the 7 locations?
7 locations. Southwest Plaza, Cable Beach, Palmdale, Mall at Marathon. I said Southwest. Prince Charles, Abaco, San Salvador. Come here. Where you going? Where you going? And I like apples. I like apples. I don't like TLC.
Erica, we can let you be the host.
I got something in the bag.
Hey, go people over here say you been checking for that man in this little corner right here, man. They say you ain't in them nothing, man.
Success!
Over here, over here.
Who are we? What they want? What they get? Oh, the boulevard is hot tonight. The Saxons will be back.
All right. That's my girl, Candy Nick, the goddess of the Saxons, ladies and gentlemen. You know what?
Hey, y'all want any prizes on the side? Y'all want any prizes? Cozy, these people, they say that you neglecting them. What
Hey,
happened?
nothing over here.
No, man, you ain't
All
showing
right.
them no love.
All right, here we go. Here we go. You all ready? Good.
All right, okay, okay.
All right, here we go. You all ready? I need somebody who could name 5 islands south of the water. Anyone of y'all?
All right, the Conquerors for Christ have made their way through on the back of your screen, on the screen at the back of the parade, pardon me. Music makers are getting set to come onto the parade route. Amber, we're going to say farewell to you. I know you've got a lot of work to do.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us and keep up the great work. I know you've had a lot to carry over the last few weeks. So we wish you well. We wish you continued success.
I appreciate it, guys, and we look to the rest of the parade having successful.
And we'll see you in New Year's.
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to take a short commercial break. We've got some bills to pay, but don't go anywhere. It's a short break. We're going to be back right after this. Junkanoo parade here from downtown Nassau. In the anchor's booth with me, my co-anchor, Kyle Walking, who is no stranger to our audience and to the nation, as well as a lady who is no stranger to the Junkanoo world and even the global platform when it comes to Junkanoo. Angelique McKay of the Junkanoo Commandos.
Yes, and Genesis.
Genesis, pardon me. Yes, and Genesis.
On Bay Street, Genesis.
Genesis on Bay Street. But also the Junkanoo Commandos.
Yes, the Cacique Award winner.
Did you bring any candy with you?
No.
No ice cream?
No. All gone.
The people take on.
All gone.
So first of all, amazing performance this morning.
Incredible.
Thank you
You
very
all
much.
really rocked Bay Street.
It's all about Jenny.
Yeah.
It's all about Jenny.
But that's how you start the parade. Genesis, the beginning, right?
There you go.
There you go.
So I'm always curious. How is it once you have that theme, once you agree on the theme, how do you all then execute your individual costumes, like what you came as today? How do you conceptualize and create all of this?
Well, it starts with the design team. So persons more or less vied to come up with, I think this theme is best.
Right.
And they have to be able to show you how you can create enough costumes from the banner all the way to the back line. So the person who's best able to execute what theme they suggest or recommend wins. So once I found out that we were bringing food, and of course, I want to go local.
Yeah.
So I decided, okay, I'm going to do Bakehouse and Mother Freeze ice cream.
I love it.
So that was my combination. So the middle of my costume was melting ice cream, chocolate covered ice cream, eh?
Very
Chocolate
creative.
ice cream. And Bakehouse was surrounding me with my backdrop was elements of Bakehouse because they're famous for their donuts and
Right.
cookies.
No, they have some good
Yes,
stuff there.
yes.
Yeah. And
So
Mother
it
Freeze
was-
is famous as well. So you got some good
Yes,
brands
yes,
here.
yes.
Yeah. And what is it like in those hours leading up to the parade when you've got to get to Bay and you've got to get started?
Pure adrenaline. And it's like yesterday when with the delay, it was like, what do I do? What
Now what?
Do? So you pacing around, walking up and down. I literally walk to the room and back to the front and back to the room because we're ready. We're ready to go the day the parade is
So you weren't
supposed
battling
be.
to say them?
No, we were not. We were
Okay.
not. So it's a misconception out there with people saying the parade was delayed because people are still battling. We are ready to go.
It's wartime.
And with Junkanoo people, if it's time for you to line up, it's time for you to get to Bay Street. If a part of your costume is not complete, you go in anyway.
You leave it.
Because this wartime.
All
So
right.
ain't no delay.
So we outside of always giving great interviews and great information, we brought you up here this morning because we wanted to talk about an experience that you've had recently, where you went to Ghana and really rediscovered some things, and we know that has led to something else. I want us to talk about that experience.
Well, in 2020, we're going to have to go back a little bit. In 2021, Christopher Davis started doing some serious research on the origins of Junkanoo. And he reached out to me. He said he was asking persons within the Junkanoo community to give them the name of one person who they know would do anything for Junkanoo. And my name just kept coming up. So he called me and he was like, I want to tell you some stuff about Junkanoo. And I'm like, what does man want to talk about? Right?
What do you want to tell me?
Yeah, exactly, right? So I was lying down, and I can remember this because this was earth shattered. This changed everything for me. I was in Zion's room, lying down, and he said he's been doing some research on the origins of Junkanoo, and he was talking fast, so not to lose me. And he was like, he found the origins of Junkanoo and that the name stems from a great Ahanta warrior called Jan Kwao. Well, the lying in bed turned up to sitting in bed. And he said he's going to Ghana and he wants me to be a part of the contingent. Will I go? I was like, you only need to tell me when we going, right? And it was just so amazing, because one of the things I would say that we have been taught is that he was a slave or a slave trader. And that particular story never sat well with me. It never made sense, because how would the name of a slave in one country be revered throughout the entire region? And why would a slave trader's name be celebrated throughout the Caribbean and throughout the diaspora? So when he connected those dots, it was like, there you have it. Now this is what I understand for things to be. Because Junkanoo himself never left the continent. He was never a slave. And based on the research that Christopher has done, his name was never documented as a slave that transferred out of Africa, you know. So for us to go to Ghana, to walk the same streets that he walked, to meet his great-great-great-grandchildren, to hear the stories, just like if we were to go to one of the family islands and hear stories about our grandparents, it's like, it's just unbelievable for me.
I just want to hit pause for a moment so that we can tell our audience what's happening on the screen now. The Royal Caribbean Music Makers Junkanoo Group, their theme, Expressions of Love, Dorian's Aftermath. We'll be explaining a little bit more about them in just a moment. But Angelique, how were you able now to bring, you know, those experiences to this setting? And by setting, I mean country, the expression of Junkanoo, everything that we do.
One of the things, Jerome, that is so different, the Junkanoo community has been listening to the updates and the history that has been unearthed. You will see representation of a Hunter and Junkanoo in every single group on Bay Street this morning.
Really?
You will see it. The Saxons is paying a major tribute to him. And they spoke about Junkanoo and the Queen Mothers in their synopsis. I know Roots is bringing some of the warriors in New Year's. You know, so you are going to see.
Interesting.
You are going to see it.
I want you to stick around for just a little bit more once we're done with this parade. We're going to take our audience through the Royal Caribbean Music Makers, their theme this morning, Expressions of Love, Dorian's Aftermath. With this, they are highlighting the positive contributions of domestic and foreign agencies that generously gave assistance to our country after the horrific effects of Dorian. They wish to highlight the effort which made it possible to restore hope and give those misplaced access to food and shelter amidst a great loss. Their banner will lead the way, depicting the globe and flags of countries who contributed to the relief efforts, with symbols of love and hope that display the appreciation to all who gave. Step Down will depict the Thanksgiving rush, using Junkanoo to depict how they celebrate the tangible, intangible gift given to those affected when they needed them most. They will also showcase gifts of love, paying respect to organizations, the off-the-shoulders and free naked dancers displaying the first responders, countries, governmental and non-governmental agencies who are on site to assist, to offer assistance that's being felt even today. Kyle?
Right. And then there's the choreographed section, which is on your screen right now. So they're wearing the colors and symbols of the Salvation Army, whose response team was activated prior to Dorian's arrival and focused on providing food, water, clothing, and other essentials where needed. Then there's the brass section. That's the heart of the music right there. They will showcase Island Luck and the initiative by Mr. Sebastian and his team made to assist the island most affected by Dorian's rampage. Then there's the back line, and they will depict a thematic expression of love toward the major contributing countries and in general for their prompt action in bringing aid and relief. Their backline is made up of bellers, congolikas, that's a newer aspect, Junkanoo, scrapers, black horns, rhythm, and bass drummers. And then there is the lead costume, which is titled Like a Phoenix, We Will Rise, which is based on a phoenix which rises from the ashes and the flames as bright as the sun. So here we have,
it.
The music makers, A category.
There you go now, folks. We take you to the parade route so you can enjoy the Royal Caribbean Music Makers Junkanoo Group. All right, the music makers coming through Bay Street this morning. True to their name, they gave great music out here this morning. And I always, have to recognize the history of the music makers who were a winning group back in the 70s and certainly continues to sometimes struggle to find their way. But this morning I thought they really gave a good performance.
They were
better than in the past.
Yeah, they were very, very good. I felt all of that in the back line. I felt every bit of it. And I saw some beautiful costumes, and the pasting was on point.
As a Junkanoo, you all see things that we don't see. Kislade was there earlier. She pointed out some things to us that, we never would have caught. But you see things that we don't see.
They were very good. They were very good.
Good.
I enjoyed it. Like, this is new to me up there.
You usually don't get this vantage point,
right? This is like Disney World. This is new.
All right, awesome. Before we continue our conversation, though, our Danielle Miller, who is a part of the broadcast team, she is in Rawson Square standing by with a guest. Danny, good morning.
Good morning, and it's a good morning for sure. I always said if I rushed in Junkanoo, I would rush in the square because this is showtime. Most of the points from scoring comes from the performance when you hit Rawson Square. And so far, we've seen groups such as Genesis, One Family, and Music Makers. We're still standing by for Roots, Saxons, and of course, the most winningest Junkanoo group in Junkanoo history, the Valley Boys. And if you have not caught on as yet, I am an honorary Valley girl, big dancer. So far in the square watching these performances, of course, we have the Governor General. We also have the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. We also have a few celebrities here as well, such as our own Coach Yo and international soca artist, Marshall Montano. But what would the Junkanoo Parade be without the Bahamian spirit? And we have some guests here right now who is going to tell us exactly how they're enjoying the parade so far.
Oh, the parade is awesome. It's really, really awesome. The One Family just went. The group was so amazing. You feel it all in your body, everything, all in your bones.
Yeah. What about you? Which group are you here to see?
I'm here to see Saxons and Roots, and I think I am so excited to see my father dance, and I think the parade is awesome, and I like all the costumes. It's really pretty, and yeah, that's it.
And what about you? Really nice.
Yes, I'm here to support the One Family. I'm really a big fan. Even when the One Family came out, I was dancing, all of that. Even their bass, I loved it. And all the groups, they're off the chain.
Now we have a Family Islander here tonight, and I need her to step forward. Tell us where you're visiting from.
I'm visiting from James Siston, Eleuthera, and I want to say thanks to Almighty God that He allowed us to have this grand parade. After so many years, we were locked down, but we thank God, all of us here, and we're going to have a great time.
Now, as a Family Islander, I got to ask you, which group you pulling for?
The Valley is Valley or nothing.
I mean, it's a universal language across all islands in the Bahamas. The Valley Boys are the best.
Yes, thank you. Valley or nothing. Eleuthera! Lydia is here!
Now, I also was able to speak to another goer here at the Junkanoo, and this is my friend with the fan. Hey, I know her a very long time, y'all, didn't I?
Saxons!
Okay, we finished with her. All right, Jerome. That is it for us at Rawson Square here at this very moment. I'll check back in with you guys later. And this is the 2023 Boxing Day Parade where Junkanoo is alive.
Man, I love Daddy. Thank you.
I love Daniel. That's the last time you can throw the huddle. We had enough Valley talk for the day. You don't want to hear no more Valley talk. They're coming soon. That's enough of that. But it's good, as she mentioned, to see so many people who flew in for this, man. You know, Coach O is doing amazing things abroad, coaching college basketball.
It is interesting how that rivalry, that friendly rivalry, continues across the board. You know.
Yeah.
So we have now, which group is this coming up? I think we have
This is the Fancy Dancers right
This is the Fancy Dancers coming up.
Another B category group.
And their theme this morning will be, or their theme this morning is the Bahamas 50, One Nation, One Legacy.
Another group celebrating 50 years.
You know, Angelique, we talked about earlier the importance of the smaller groups and what they mean to the parade. It's not just about the big groups.
No, it's not. The smaller groups are deeply embedded in the various communities around the island. The same way the larger groups started within the communities, and they've expanded because the number of persons have started to join the groups, and we've found over the years that more and more people want to participate in Junkanoo and not just be a spectator to Junkanoo. And the numbers of members of the group, it's growing. Like, for instance, I'm going to use Genesis, Warhawks. The Warhawks have changed. We have Teen Hawks. And we have so many young members that are new to Junkanoo that we're teaching them the fundamentals of Junkanoo, just like it was taught to us back in the day. You start at this level and you gradually expand and you spread your wings to go to another level within the group, and you assist in this area. So our group is really devoted to a lot of community work. And exposing the Teen Hawks to give back to the community as well as helping create their own costumes on Bay Street.
All right, Angelique, I know it's been a long morning for you, so I want to thank you for coming
Thanks for
and spending
having
this
me.
time with us, and keep up the great work you are doing.
And before I go, I just want to give a shout out to Cat Island and to Ahanta, my people in both those places.
Okay.
And
Worlds
thank you for
apart,
having me.
but still one world, eh?
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. You did great. Go get your rest. I'm saying see you in church. I'll see you in New Year.
See me on Bay.
Yeah, I'll see you on Bay. All right. But we're going to allow our audience now to enjoy some of the
fancy dancers.
Their theme this morning, the Bahamas, 51 Nation, One Legacy. Enjoy.
Sting.
Sting is on their way up, ladies and gentlemen. Sting is coming through. Where all the Sting fans at? Sting fans, make some noise. Yeah.
Fancy Dancers have just completed their first lap here on Bay Street. Sting, the world famous Sting. They are quickly making their way into Rawson Square now, well into Bay Street. Sting is world famous in many ways.
This is Sting we're looking at on the screen here.
Yes, this is Sting right now.
And Sting has grown into a phenomenon.
Yeah, no, Sting is a movement. It is definitely a movement.
At one point, Sting just had a newspaper banner, and now look at them.
Oh no! They are so much more than that.
And they're much more than just people refer to them as a scrap group. They're much more than that. They come with a theme song every year. And it's great to see how much they've grown, and they have a good time. People love to rush with Sting just because of the fun they have.
I tell you, I've been part of the fun of Sting is going to their practices.
They
have practices. Now, they have practices. Now, probably not what you most people would look at and call a practice. But they get together. And they call it the Sting practice. And they have their songs every year that they come with surrounding their theme. So I really call it a movement. And, and kudos to them for being able to continue this tradition, year in and year out.
Yeah, but they have a good time. The members are assembled right in front of the banner instead of just behind the banner. That's a B on the banner right there. They're obviously celebrating 50 years, just as many other groups are this morning too. It's a good time they're having out there, man. People are loving it. They're enjoying it.
They always have a good time. I don't know how often you've seen Sting, but there's never a time that I see them that they are not having a good time. And so that's what the parade is all about. So just to put into context as well for our audience, some of the groups that have passed within the 8 category, we have already seen Genesis. We've already seen One Family. We've already seen the Music Makers. Still to come, the Titans in the A group, I call the Valley and the Saxons, as well as Roots, is still coming, still getting set to come on the parade route as well. And so those major groups have gone. We've already seen a significant amount of the B category groups as well, the Conquerors for Christ, Foundation, the Immortals, the Fancy Dancers, and the Body of Christ Crusaders. And so, again, looking forward to groups like Colors, which is a big contender in the B category. The New Vikings, Redland Soldiers, the Dynasty Diamonds, the Chipping Knights.
And they've all done really, really well. The parade has really flowed. You don't have the long gaps that we've seen years back. The parade flows and the groups are out there.
And on screen now, to the right of your screen, you see the world famous Valley Boys preparing.
Oh, that's the Valley.
Across that starting line and begin their parade route down on Bay Street.
Safe to say we're going to see Bay Street come alive again.
Yeah, as word spreads that they are coming, you will see the crowd wake up, and that's what normally happens. Their theme this morning, Once Upon a Time, a collection of classical fairy tales.
So just as the fairy tale stories have captivated the hearts of adults and children alike for centuries, and the Valley Boys wish to recreate this magic with their performance. They will explore many tales and their different forms of books, plays, and movies. With their performance, they want to rekindle that childlike wonder by reminding us of some notable characters such as the Queen of Hearts and her army, as well as Cinderella and her pumpkin coach. Then they have aspects of their presentation like the banner, which is going to be a fairy castle, which is deep in an enchanted forest surrounded by mushrooms, flowers, fairies, and pixies, amongst other magical forest creatures. I think this is going to be a beautiful presentation by the Valley Boys today.
Sure. Their prop is Cinderella's carriage, as well as the mirror on the wall. Captain Hook, Puss in Boots, Ursula from The Little Mermaid, amongst many others. Their off-the-shoulder dances this morning will include a display as
fantastical characters, including the Jabberwocky, Goldilocks, the Three Bears, the King of Hearts, and others.
Then there are the step downs. The Valley Boys will feature an Off to See the Wizard costume, which portrays Dorothy riding the Cowardly Lion with her red shoes and the witch's broomstick in her hand. There will be many fairy tale costumes displayed in the Valley Boys during the parade, some of which include the Queen of Hearts, obviously, the Mad Hatter, the White Rabbit, Alice in Wonderland, Morning Fairies, Flower Pixies. I'm looking forward to a really good presentation by the Valley Boys. They're coming for their things, as they said. You know?
Oh, yeah.
That was a tough pill to swallow.
They've got 2 choreographed sections. Section 1, the Morning Fairies, and Section 2, the Flower Pixies. Okay. On your screen, you see now those choreographed dancers getting ready to take Bay Street by storm.
And you can probably hear the crowd too. The DJ just asked, who's coming next, and so there they go.
You feel you feel the wave of excitement when these big groups come. There is no denying it. You know when they're coming, and the Valley is one of those groups that will get the crowd riled up. Even the non-Valleys get up to see what they are bringing. And that's the reality of these older groups.
People waited all morning to see them.
All right, and now we're going to allow you at home to hear some of what's happening as the Valley Boys leads the whole. They are just in front of the Straw Market down there on the western side of Bay. Listen in as the Valley Boys prepares to come this morning with their theme, Once Upon a Time, a collection of classical fairy tales. All right, on your screen now, we are into the belly of the Valley Boys. You see a portion of their banner. Their theme this morning, Once Upon a Time, a collection of classical fairy tales. In the back behind us, you hear the excitement of the crowd. As he said, you know when the big groups are coming.
You know.
And you're getting a different perspective on the screen as you see the musicians now getting ready to warm up to come on to Bay Street. And this is really the war cry from down in the hole. I'm happy we're able to show this morning as well, so people get to see this perspective.
Yeah, and this is the aspect that people love, it's the anticipation, They can see them in the distance. They can't hear them that well, but they can see them, they can feel them. The crowd is on their feet, and they're ready to go, man. They're ready for the Valley Boys. Again, they're trying to redeem themselves after a disappointing
They have a lot to prove this morning. They are referred to as the winningest group, but
the most winningest group.
The most winningest group. Pardon I. But you know, you got to do some things to retain that.
Yeah.
And so they've got to come heavy this morning if they want to take that top spot.
And you can hear the crowd. They're ready for them.
And you know, there's nothing. I've seen it over and over in the years that I've covered Junkanoo and been here. There's nothing that inspires a group like losing.
Yes.
And fans.
That second or that fifth will do it to you.
Yeah. No, seriously. They are, there's nothing that really gets a group going like that desire to regain.
The Valley Boys has a knack. They have a really good way of executing good themes like Once Upon a Time. So you can only imagine what they're going to leave out here today in Rawson Square.
When it comes to execution of theme, and not just because I'm a Valley, they have a track record for that. And when they don't get it right, it shows.
Yes. I don't think this is one of those mornings. I think I think they may have gotten it right today. And they look like they're having a good time too.
Oh yeah. And you know, that's it's competition at the end of the day, and every group wants to win, but you know, have a little fun with it as well.
This place is going to be rocking in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
This is Rawson Square. This is where the Valley Boys usually put on their show.
What you're looking at now is inside, well, just a brief there, Mr. Franklin Wilson inside the VIP section there at Rawson Square, the coveted Rawson Square. So this is a rivalry. You couldn't ask for a better rivalry.
Yes.
The Valley will be followed by the Saxon. And so that momentum is going to continue straight down Bay Street this morning.
I'm very proud of how well behaved you are with the Valley Boys.
Oh, no, I know when to govern myself.
Because when the Saxons come, I apologize in advance.
Well, no, it's all right. I know when to govern myself, and the Valley is all. I don't run from that.
But it's always good to see the Valley Boys fan base, man. I would say they probably have arguably the largest fan base in the country, if I'm correct. I'm also looking forward to their music, to hear their music selection, to execute that theme. I can imagine they're going to come with a few fairy tale classics to match the theme.
Of course, you know, in Junkanoo, it's not just about the costuming, but how does that music align with your theme?
Yeah.
You know, and let me tell you, good music can get a crowd, and that crowd momentum can really cause that rush.
Yeah. Especially when you're a big group like the Valley, you already have that momentum, so you just have to sound good and look good, and you're good to go.
And it has to carry. Yeah. You know,
I don't think they're going to have that problem today, though.
Yeah, that excitement. You know, I've seen it where the crowd is excited because the group is coming, and then if they don't meet the expectation, the support just wanes.
Yeah, we saw that this morning already.
And Junkanoos will tell you, if that crowd is not with you, it's twice as hard to run.
And often, sometimes, you can tell when the group probably won based on that crowd reaction. You can feel it oftentimes.
Yeah. And so, of course, if a crowd-pleasing group does not win, we know what happens next.
There
are a lot of questions.
It's going to be fairly interesting. Rawson Square is on its feet. There's no one in their seat.
Definitely, if we could see that just for a moment, we could just allow the audience to take a look.
And to see Rawson Square, to see what we see as well, you know.
To see where
the group isn't here, but the people are ready, waiting and ready to go. They've been waiting all morning for this.
And it's now 3 a.m. I mean, we've been at this since 10 p.m. This is pretty much how these parades run in terms of time. I don't know that we're behind.
It's moving fairly quickly, though. Yeah. It feels like it's moving fairly quickly. We were already on the Valley Boys, we just have the Saxons and Roots to go for the major 8 groups. I think we're moving fairly quickly. And the people are just really ready for the show. They're ready for the Valley Boys to get down.
And this is sometimes where the challenge comes in, because
the crowd is on their feet and they're waiting.
But the groups are
And-
large in size.
Yes.
Large in numbers, and so it's going to take some time to make their way down here. But when they get here, it's definitely going to be worth their wait. You saw in the audience, you have a few prominent Valley Boy supporters. Former Prime Minister Perry Christie, who is probably the biggest Valley Boy the country knows. So it's good to see good Valley Boy supporters out here. I'm not one of them, but it's good to see them out here supporting their group. I'm looking forward to see their execution of the theme today.
I think from what we have seen, so far, I think they're off to a good start.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna again ask that we show some of the Rawson Square, so that we can give our audience an opportunity.
Yeah.
You see here, this is a long shot of the banner.
The Ferry Castle.
Just putting that into perspective to tell you how far away that is. I think that is still near Frederick Street. It looks to be.
And there you go, the bleachers. Everyone's on their feet.
Now here's where my anxiety comes in. That just the road is so filled with people, and again, to me, that in some ways hinders the progress of the parade.
Movement, right? But again, they are on the clock. They've already left the hole. That's a beautiful banner, man. And of course, you expect nothing less from the Valley Boys to begin their theme. Once upon a time, a collection of classic fairy tales. And this banner is a fairy castle, which is deep in an enchanted forest surrounded by mushrooms, flowers, fairies, and pixies, amongst other magical forest creatures. And they've surely done that. See their sponsors, Bahamar, Chances. They're on the front. Obviously, Rawson Square is abuzz with a lot of activity right now. But the focus, again, is on the Valley Boys as they make their way through Bay Street down to Rawson Square.
As you can see this is a bit of Rawson Square, and gives you an idea of what is.
There's a race going on.
Yeah. So in order to keep the crowd engaged, there are a series of activities that happen within Rawson Square that are only sort of for that.
I don't know if I had the guts to run to race in Rawson Square.
Yeah, there are things that they're doing.
If you trip down, you trip down in front of the whole country.
Try and.
Oh, man. Yeah. But hey, anything to keep the people entertained. They're already on their feet, waiting for the Valley Boys to get down here.
We see a lot more this year of a sponsor booths spread out a little bit more, which accommodates a different grouping of people.
Yes.
It's not just necessarily your bleacher seats, but you will also see people in those boxes, sort of taking advantage of the experience and enjoying the experience. On your screen, you see some of the characters attached to the Valley Boys banner. Many of the characters will be known.
Yeah.
Because, as children, we've all encountered fairy tales. I don't talk about the ones that were around when I was little because I don't know if they're.
Yeah.
But
they were in black and white, eh?
Yeah. I wouldn't go that far.
But again, their goal is to remind us of notable characters, that we are familiar with, like Cinderella and the Pumpkin Coach. I'm not familiar with the Pumpkin Coach. I don't know that one.
The Pumpkin Coach would be the coach that Cinderella rode in. Do you remember
okay, gotcha.
Fairy godmother would have turned the pumpkin into the coach.
Gotcha. All right,
yes.
I understand now. Okay. But yeah, we're looking forward to the execution of this Once Upon a Time, a collection of classical fairy tales by the Valley Boys.
As you heard one of our guests say, it's
you have to convince the group that you can execute from banner to back line. So it's one thing to come up with a theme, but you have to be able to show how you will execute that theme from front to back, and I think that's where the challenge can sometimes come in.
Yeah, but you also have to ensure that like there's continuity and it flows throughout the entire.
Yes, because there has to be that connection. It has to tell a story as well from front to back.
So it's going to be fairly interesting. I think they have a really good theme, a creative theme. We've seen fairy tales before, but they have a really nice spin on it. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Valley Boys produce today. And once they get closer, for you at home, we're definitely going to let you hear the music and see and feel exactly what's happening here on Bay Street.
In speaking to one of our guests as well, talked about the importance of having that energy at the front and having those strong people who may not necessarily have the music behind them, but are able to carry the parade and to engage the crowd as the parade moves through. Because once that music hits, then naturally, you're going to get more of that crowd reaction.
These are really creative costumes you've been seeing on the screen so far.
Okay, so in just a few moments, we're going to go on the parade route, and just so we're putting it into context, the Valley Boys are still a distance away from us, so you're not missing anything in the coverage. And we're going to check in with our Marlena Leonard, who is on the parade route, who's been standing by for quite some time this morning. We went to her earlier, had a little difficulty, and now she's back. Marlena, good morning again.
I think it was pretty good. Now, sometimes it was great to go last night, but then again, it just got threw off. So the hype is still there tonight. So I think we did a good first run. We did a good run. Music was good too. You have to watch the crowd and see how they shake it inside. We were good.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about the crowd tonight, and I guess you can learn a lot about that based on how they're reacting to you. So how did you feel their reaction was an indication of how you did?
Great. Because when we were going, in fact, I saw the Prime Minister and the former Prime Minister, and they were there and they were like, I said, yeah, we're rocking, so we got them moving. I know they were like Saxons and Valleys, but hey, music makers got them going. So I think we were great tonight.
So I know you mentioned a little bit about the energy differences. I know everyone was expecting to be on Bay last night, and it was a little bit of a push to keep the energy up tonight.
Yeah, but that happens sometimes. Like if you're all hyped, okay, so let's say we were all hyped last night to go, and all of a sudden it dropped a little bit. But then we came back tonight and we say, let's get together and let's move and let's do it. And I think we did it for our first lap. So we're going to try it on Shirley Street now and see how the crowd reacts on Shirley Street then, but they really know if we did something good tonight.
Anything you plan to change differently or up the ante on Shirley Street for your next lap?
No, well, the girls over there, they're in the back. They're doing adding a little piece, because Shirley Street is not a place that everybody is a favorite, because everyone will be on Bay Street, right? But we know when we go on Shirley Street, we got to hype it up a little bit and get that crowd on Shirley Street going. Once we get them rocking, because the crowd, when the crowd's moving, it gives you that energy to keep going. Once you see that moving, they say, yeah, let's go. They got the crowd going on.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Like I said, this is DJ Johnson. He's the Chief Marshal for the Music Makers. Good luck tonight. Have another amazing round on Shirley Street.
Music Makers all the way.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. As you can see, people are getting their rest here, Jerome, and we're all waiting for the Valley Boys to hit Bay Street properly. Back to you. Can't wait to see what they bring us.
All right. Thank you very much. Our Marlena Leonard is on Elizabeth Avenue, the famed rest spot. Behind her, you could see all of the activities of the folks who are resting, getting something to eat, relaxing, and all of that stuff. So you can see where we've got it back up here is Elizabeth Avenue. And you can see once you've turned off of Bay and you've made that first lap, That's it.
And some people may think this is like 45 minutes, but it feels so short once you're there, once you're in it. You sit down, you get a drink of water, and they say, okay, let's go. We got to hit Shirley. And you got to get up and go, and you got to perform again. But this is a very crucial part of the parade here that people don't usually get to see.
All right. So thank you very much, Marlena, and thank you to TJ, our cameraman, for providing us that little glimpse of Elizabeth Avenue. Again, these are the things that spectators here on Bay and people at home don't normally see. You know, and that's the other part of Junkanoo. You put everything into it, then you've got that 45 minutes, as you said. That's not a lot of time.
It's not a lot of time.
No, you just catch your breath, do what you got to do, and suit up and get ready to do it all over again.
Yep.
You know. All right, so in just a few moments, we are going to see the Valley Boys really take the full stretch of Bay Street as they come down their first lap this morning. Interestingly, we found out as well that there will be only one lap on Bay this morning, I understand, and one lap on Shirley Street. Again, you know, this is a little unusual. The original parade was delayed. Tomorrow is a work day. Some of us have to go to work. And so taking all of that into consideration, and it is a business day as well, and so Bay Street has to get back, you know, to normal, and so there are a lot of considerations with this parade sometimes when things are delayed or pushed back for any reason.
But you know, a lot of the groups, some of them do not like that decision, but they're here. They showed up and they said, we're going to go, we're going to give it our all in the Valley.
Yes. Again, the Valley Boys banner, which is now in full view of your screen. It is still a distance away, but in short order, we will allow you to really take in this entire parade in its essence, from the front to the back of the group. And of course, as we have made clear, the Valley Boys will be followed by the Saxons. See how gracious I am? But certainly this moment and the next few moments will belong to the Valley Boys as they take Bay Street, and you know, fans are ready, even where we are. The fans are already excited, on their feet, and ready to see
go.
them.
They're ready to go. And you can see some very familiar characters from Disney movies.
This will test your knowledge of your fairy tales and where they are from.
And I think that's the point. You want to be able to identify with a lot of them.
All right, I can say something, and I want you to respond. You ready? Are you ready?
It's one of the three musketeers, I assume.
And now, folks, we are going to allow you to enjoy the Valley Boys, the world-famous Valley Boys, as I was just reminded, the most winningest group. So enjoy the Valley Boys this morning, folks. Once upon a time, a collection of classical fairy tales.
I am going to be like Superman, and I'm going to go into the telephone booth, and when I come back, it's a movie. Get them, Reggie. Show them what we just do. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have another host? Because my group come in, and I go in down in the gate. Saxons! Who are we?
Mic check 1, 2.
Saxons!
All right, y'all can sit down and chill out right now. Chill out, take a break. All the Saxons, all the Valleys. Little intermission. Because when the Saxons come true, what happened to Saxons, man? Y'all tired, eh? Y'all ever tired y'all out like that? Because when the Saxons come true, all right. Just checking to see. Now, Saxons, I can need y'all to take it up to another level now. You see Valley come through, mash up the place, dirty up Bay Street, you know, but y'all got to carry on bad. They got me slipping and sliding over here with this confetti. But that's how the Valley is represented.
And we have just witnessed the performance by the Valley Boys. The professional journalist in me will allow you to speak, Kyle, and say what you need to say after this morning's.
I will say this. That was a wonderful presentation by the Valley Boys. Once upon a time, a collection of classical fairy tales, and they did exactly what I expected them to do. They executed the theme flawlessly from start to finish.
Really did, yes. I'll take my Valley pride out for a minute, but just as an observer of Junkanoo, the important thing with a theme is to ensure that your audience understands what you are trying to tell. And I think they did an excellent job with that this morning. Even their music, that's something we talked about. Even their music was nursery rhymes, songs that we knew as children, and just the overall costume, even the choreography was really, really well
Everything
done.
was nice. They had the dancers. They shot out pixie dust.
Yes,
I mean, everything, the intricate details of the costuming.
It's still here. The dust is still here.
It was nice, and the pumpkin, Cinderella's pumpkin thing when it
the
shot out the
carriage, yes.
Oh man, it was beautiful.
Obviously they have something to prove this morning.
Yeah.
I think coming off of a 5th in Boxing Day last year was a wake-up call.
They got 3rd last year at Boxing Day.
Sorry, 3rd last year, you're right. Was a wake-up call to them. Also knowing that your arch enemy, your rival, is right behind you. They knew that they had to come strong this morning, and they really did that.
They did.
But one of the things that I saw, too, which really, as we said going in, is you've got to look at the crowd's reaction.
Yeah.
And they had the crowd this morning. Yeah.
They had the crowd for sure, and it was good to see that. And we saw some familiar faces in there.
Yes.
Our very own Nakia Christie was there.
Yes.
She was Beauty. Belle, I think the name is. Belle from Beauty and the Beast. It was good to see her in there, man.
Our own Kish Lane, who was here earlier, was down, and of course you know where she was going, and a few others. But it is the thing about the thing though that I thought, again, that was a travesty in a parade like this is they kept having to move people out of the streets.
Yeah, a lot of people were
even to the point where the choreographed dancers at one point could not fully open up into their routine because people were 2 and 3 deep into the streets, which I cannot understand.
Yeah.
Why we cannot regulate that better to allow these groups to properly perform.
But it shows the professionalism of the members of the
Yes.
group because they still put on a very, very good show. I mean, the choreographed dancers, they were on point. And again, it was really good to see familiar characters that we grew up watching on TV and in cartoons and hearing songs that we're all familiar with. You heard the crowd singing along with just about every song the band played. And I think that's the kind of reaction you as a band leader, as a group leader would want from your fan base when you're hitting Rawson Square. And the Valley Boys has been known to be a group that puts on a show in Rawson Square.
Sure.
They stop and they put on the show in Rawson Square.
Sure.
They did not disappoint again today. This is coming from a diehard Saxon.
Well, your time coming. Your time is coming.
Great job.
Now, we are going to talk to someone who is no stranger to us here at our RTV, but also is a Junkanoo herself, who is a part of our broadcast team, who has been on standby. Our Jamila Missick is in the area of Parliament Square, Parliament Street. Jamila, good morning. I don't know exactly where you are, but good morning and welcome to the broadcast.
Good morning, Jerome. Good morning, Kyle. Now, Jerome, I raced here after I just saw the Valley on Bay. Yeah, I was here earlier. I went to Bay. I had to go see the Valley Boys in that electrifying performance. And now I'm back here on Parliament Street where there are tons of vendors out here. Liquor, food, fritters, wings, whatever you name it. It's right out here. And then I stopped by this booth. I found something pretty interesting, I would think. And so I'm here with Tanya at Delightful Sticks, and she's going to tell us a little bit about what they have to offer this morning.
Okay. Like she said, my name is Tanya. I'm the co-owner of Delightful Sticks. This business was birthed in 2020 during the COVID. And my co-partner here, Sabrina Moss, was the head visionary behind it. She was out of a job and she was looking through YouTube and she saw the lotus corn that is done in Mexico. And she decided to bring this to the Bahamas, where we do gourmet corn, but we have a little twist to it. We have a little Bahamian twist where we put conch on it. Conch sauce. Also, we do bacon. We do cheesy Cheetos. We also do blue takis. And
What's this right here? I see that you have something pretty interesting right here. Tell me a little bit about that. Yes.
That is a spiral potato. It's fried, and it's similar to potato chips.
And I think that you would have told me earlier that this is your first time here participating in the parade as a vendor, right?
Yes, this is our first time here.
And it's been going well so far.
And it's been going well. We are grateful.
Right, so there you have it. They have the special corn here, the potatoes on a stick. You could come on down and try it if you're out here. But if you're watching from home, then I guess I'll have to try it for you. All right?
Yes. Okay.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jamila. Do not forget us.
I thought Jamila was going to try it on camera, man.
Yeah, you know.
It'll make you feel like a millionaire.
That's it.
That's
it.
Jamila,
Hey,
don't
Jerome.
forget us. Don't forget us up here now. We gotta get down
I
there.
can have one for you, and I'll have one for you, and I'll have one for Kyle, and one for me and TC. No problem.
Thank you, Jamila.
Thank you, Jamila. Thank you very much for.
You're welcome, guys. See you soon.
Yes, for providing us with that. You know, there are so many aspects to Junkanoo.
Yeah, absolutely.
That sometimes we certainly forget. That was a good reminder of everything that happens on the side streets. People are out here, they're eating, they're having some alcoholic, non-alcoholic, refreshing beverages, but just enjoying themselves. And it's a good time for vendors, too, to get in on a little bit of the action.
But it also shows why this is still the greatest show on earth, right?
Yes.
You have a lot of Bahamians who come out there not just to be performers, but to also sell stuff. Sell their artwork, sell their crafts, sell their food. And, you know, it's good tasting food, too. So I'm hoping Jamila gets herself up here and brings me some corn or potatoes.
You think we actually can get some?
No.
Okay, I'm going to go with you. I'm going to agree with you on that.
Yeah, but
so
up next, we have Colors.
Yes. So Colors, of course, we know is a force to be reckoned with. Within the B category.
They are the force in the B category. They are the standard in the B category in the past few years. So I'm looking forward to them. Their theme is Rake and Scrape in Space. Rake and Scrape in Space.
Now that's interesting.
Yeah.
Now that's...
I would like to see what they do. But one thing Colors always comes through with is great visuals and wonderful music.
You know, they were also the first group to bring that consistent color.
Yeah.
They brought all the same color costuming years ago. And, you know, the interesting thing about that is they still, they're still able to execute well with the same color. And that takes creativity. That cannot be easy.
And while they are a B group, their members still have a lot of pride. I have several friends who rush with colors, and they carry on just like the Valley Boys and the Saxon fans.
I have a younger sister who rushes with colors, and I can tell you, she takes that very, very, very seriously. So, you know, all of us in the family are not Valley. I'll just say that. All right. So we're going to go now to our Danielle Miller, who is, I think she's in Rawson Square, where, you know, there was just... Okay, so okay. So I'm being told, hold on just a minute. She's not quite ready, I think. Yeah, she's getting ready now.
Well,
so
she's a Valley girl, so that's that.
Listen, after that performance, everything went down. They're trying to rebuild right now. They have an infrastrucral problem.
She's trying to get herself
in
back
Rawson
together.
Square.
I understand that.
She's ready to go home after that. I said, no, Danny, you have to wait. Parade ain't over, yeah. So we still, of course, have colors coming through. I understand she is ready now. Danielle, we call her Denny. She's down in Rawson Square. I don't know if we could talk no Valley talk on the air, but I know you were able to get in up close and personal in the last performance. You could see all of the confetti still on the ground behind you. What a time.
In Rawson Square, I must say, I know we can't get too much in the Valley talk, but I know we can't get too much into the... Okay, so I have to go back because the evidence... Okay, no problem. The evidence of the battle that has already been won is here in Rawson Square with all the confetti the Valley Boys left here. That was a performance. And Kyle, I heard you, but I'm so sorry. I think we took this parade. I haven't...
All right, Denny, we have to come back to you.
You see,
we have to come back to you. The Valley took down the little system.
No, the Lord heard
in Rawson Square. We have to test it again. They knock out a couple systems. We got to test it, but we got you. We got you, though. We'll be back to you in just a bit. Stand by. Followed by colors this morning, we will have the Saxons.
Say it correctly. The Shell Saxons.
The Shell
Superstars.
The Shell Saxons.
Under the
superstars.
theme legendary ancient rulers.
Sorry.
You know?
Sorry about that. The Shell Saxons superstars.
Let's get it together.
Who, you know, by every designation in Junkanoo is a force. And never to be taken lightly, never to be counted out. As much of a Valley that I am, I will concede that, you know, we cannot take anything for granted when it comes to the Saxons. Any parade, no matter how well we do, we can't call it until they have come out the gate.
Exactly.
And that's an important thing. And
I love the feeling of anticipation that's flowed throughout the entire parade.
Of course, people, this is, you know, this is what brings the fans out. After all the ticket drama, all the drama getting here, all the other things that people criticize Junkanoo for, this is what the fans come for. They come for the excitement. Yeah. They come for the competition. They come for the rivalry. I mean, I'm right over from us. You were it all morning. There was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah. And so this is what they come for. Yeah. You know, it gets heated. It's fun, you know, but this is the essence of who we are as Bahamians.
Yeah. Bahamians love a good competition, and any reason to have some sort of friendly competition, we're there, you know. So Valley Saxons now one family, so you know it's going to be interesting.
Yes, I'm trying to see if we can get Danielle back. We're trying to get her audio tested right now, just to see if we can get her back. In the meantime, in there in Rawson Square, watching our leaders, whether they be our political leaders, our religious leaders, our civic leaders, whomever they were, well-known individuals, watching them in those stands this morning, and their involvement and participation and excitement in this parade, you know,
It tells you why and how Junkanoo is still such an integral and important part of our fabric. Because all of our leaders, through all the generations, through all the parties, understand that this really is the pulse of the Bahamian people. And you know, those 2 years, I think it was 2 years we didn't have Junkanoo.
It was tough.
It was like we didn't have Christmas.
It was tough. For me, I always say there are 3 real occasions throughout the year when Bahamians really come together. One, the Olympics is one time. The second is independence, and the third is Junkanoo. We put all of our differences aside and we all come together for the love of Junkanoo, for the love of culture. And that's what we see here today. People are enjoying themselves. PLP, FNM, whatever political party you're part of, all of them are here in Rawson Square enjoying themselves.
Denomination, background, island, no matter where you're from, we all come together to enjoy this thing. And it's not just here, it's in the shack, it's on the route, it's in the group. You see them rushing side by side, pasting side by side. It really is that thing that defines us, outside of this parade. And I think sometimes we forget that this parade is just the end result. But there's so much that happens in and around this parade, and you could do it all over again next week. And
next week, that's another big parade.
Yeah, the beauty of it. Of course, Kyle will not be with us. I just want to announce that he'll be jetting off, but certainly we'll be here.
As long as Saxons win this one today, man, I'm good.
Well, you might have to stay there. We're going to take a quick commercial break, folks. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. The parade route is still kind of quiet. We're still waiting on colors to really get into formation and get here, followed by the Saxons. And then, of course, we're waiting on Roots a little bit later as well. So don't worry, we can take a short commercial break. Stay with us. You're watching RTV's live coverage of the 2023 Boxing Day Parade, brought to you by Alive. Wait, would we come at my...
Open yours back up. And I alive too. You go up, go up, go up. Go up, go up, keep going.
On your screen now, the original Congos. Their theme this morning, let's go island hopping. This is one of the older B category groups, which has been around for quite some time, another community group. Their theme this morning aims to celebrate the heritage of our family islands and depict the sights and sounds of our culture. They're looking to highlight major festivals and events unique to each island, as well as one-of-a-kind animals, plants, and symbols that the Bahamas is known for. Their banner, all-important banner, will feature means of travel to the islands, such as mail boats and airplanes. If you saw a shot of the banner earlier, you would have seen Bahamas Air featured very prominently there, again, tying back to the means of travel. Some of their off-the-shoulder pieces you'll be looking out for will depict several islands, including Abaco and its infamous lighthouse in Hope Town, the Abaco Parrot, and the Island Ferry. Also, Grand Bahama, its Count Fest, with homage being paid to the survivors of Gloria. Andros and the famous Crab Fest. Eleuthera with its Pineapple Festival. San Salvador with its historic site of Christopher Columbus's landing. Kyle, this one is very special to you. Long Island and its Mutton Festival, the best mutton in the Bahamas. And Cat Island's Rake and Scrape Festival.
And of course, another important part of the parade, the free dancers. They will depict different beautiful sights over the islands, including Harbour Island's pink sand, the Berry Island's beaches, Iguana's coral reefs, and of course, Bimini's beautiful clear waters. Then you will have the step-down costumes, which will feature New Providence's Junkanoo Summer Festival. And, of course, the lead costume, which will represent Exuma's Regatta, the National Family Island Regatta, with boats sailing for the coveted trophy, while dolphins and other marine life join in on the festivities. Then you'll have the brass section performing many popular Bahamian songs. Obviously, they're going to get the crowd going with that one, I expect. And obviously, the choreographed girls will represent Inagua by portraying as the Morton Salt Girl. Another girl on the front of the Morton Salt.
Yeah, very interesting. Looking forward to that. That's different. I like that.
Yeah, then you have the bellers, who are going to represent the Bahama Parrot, and the drummers, who will represent the iguana, the Bahamian iguana. So a pretty well thought out theme here by the original Congos.
Let's go island hopping.
Yeah.
So what they've been able to do with this theme, or what they're intending to do with this theme, is represent different things from the various islands. So again, telling that, it's important to tell that story. So for instance, if you want to look at the banner is telling you how you're going to get to the islands, to travel, whether by mailboat or the airplanes. All right, and then as you drill down into the theme, it starts to tell you what each island is famous for, whether it's Abaco or Andros or Long Island or Cat Island, what they are famous for. And then when you look at the free dancers, these are the things that are a little bit more focused on the environment of each island. Harbour Island's pink sand, Berry Island's beaches, the coral reefs of Maguana and Bimini's clear water, of course. And then New Providence, Junkanoo Summer Festival, okay? We famous for Junkanoo and Nassau. Okay, I got it. All right. But as you can, as you begin to watch this theme unfold, you begin to understand the story they're trying to tell.
Which is beautiful. And I was, as you saw on the screen just now, the Morton Salt Girl, I was wondering how they were going to do that, but they did that pretty well. They even have the little umbrella there. So I think that's pretty cool. It's good to see. I love to see Bahamian themes in Junkanoo, man, because after all, this is a Bahamian cultural festival. I mean, the other themes are obviously wonderful as well, but I love to see Bahamian themes in Junkanoo, and I think they're doing a great job. And it's always good to see some extra competition for colors in the B category.
Yeah. These would be the Morton Salt girls.
There they are.
If you know Morton Salt, everybody knows Morton Salt.
Everybody knows Morton Salt.
Here's the young lady on the front with the umbrella and the salt. And again, these are the things that sometimes you have to remind people of culturally, that Inagua is tied to Morton Salt, a very famous company, a global company. And a lot of the salt that Morton uses, not just for table salt, but other things, comes from Inagua. And so, very, very important theme this morning.
You ever been to Inagua, Jerome?
Yes, I have. I think I've been about twice.
You asked that question as if you expected me to say no. But yes, I have been to Inagua. I'm very familiar with it, and it's a place I'd love to visit again if given the opportunity.
And it's always good to see the amount of pasting and real Junkanoo craft that goes into these costumes, because if you look closely on the costumes of the Morton Salt girls, even they're pasted. You would think something like that is cloth or fabric, but that's actually, they pasted those things there. So it's good to see. And there you have the lead banner, Let's Go Island Hopping, with the mailboat on the front there. And if you're familiar with the Family Islands, the mailboat is really the main way that people get packages. You know, you send things on the boat from Nassau to and from, and people
packages, supplies. Yeah. You know, it really is a lifeline to those Family Islands. All right. Yes, sir. All right. So I understand our Jamila Missick, who again has one of the better seats in the house tonight. She's in one of my favorite places. We're going to check in very quickly as we give this group an opportunity to get into Parliament Square. They're still a ways away. Jamila, good morning again.
I'm back, and I'm still here in Parliament, on Parliament Street, where all of the vendors are. And in all my Bahamian dialect, I started to get a little tasty, right? So I found this food named Tailor Made Limeade. Yeah, I was a little tasty because remember I tell you I had to run to Bay, and then I had to run back here, right? So I was a little tasty, and I saw Tailor Made Limeade, and I found Mr. Dewey Taylor, who's going to tell me a little bit more about his business.
Okay, Tailor Made Limeade is something that started in our kitchen at home to make it for a long time, and the family finally said, look, we got to put this to market. This is our second year. First year, actually, we launched the Jollification. And out here tonight, we have our most popular one, passion fruit, and the regular OG, we call it. But we also have like a cucumber limeade. We have the cherry. We have a watermelon. And we have a number of them that are coming out. So look forward, come and try us out and taste it. And hey, make us your main squeeze. That's our slogan.
And what a person's been saying tonight when they came here and they tasted this lemonade.
Ooh, I had one lady say, oh, just like Mama used to make it. Well, of course, I had to record that and put it on Instagram, right? But they love it. I mean, we've been getting some good reviews on it, and we continue to thank the public for supporting us, you know. And I want you to try, and you tell me what you think about it.
So I have something here. You told me that this is the passion fruit. It's popular, right?
Yes.
So the last time you all told me I didn't try it. So this time I got me something. Like I said, I was thirsty, so let's try it out. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I like that, Mr. Dewey. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, Jerome and Kyle is original and it's passion fruit. Which one y'all want? I got y'all. All right, no problem. All right, one apiece, right? I got y'all straight. Sending it back to y'all.
Thank you very much, Jamila Missick. Thank you for bringing us that snapshot right now on your screen. Without further ado, we have the original Congos and their theme this morning. Let's go island hopping. We're going to allow you to take it all in.
All right, we got the Omega Psi Phi fraternity celebrating 50 more years with us through love and unity. The Pi Xi chapter of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity.
On your screen now, the Shell Saxon Superstars. They are in the hole and ready to take Bay Street. Their theme this morning, legendary ancient rulers. Now this is where the real showdown is about to begin. The crowd certainly were on their feet for One Family and many other groups, as well as the Valley Boys. But now it is time for the Saxons
It's showtime
to have their time on Bay Street. Their theme this morning, as he says, legendary ancient rulers. You see them lining up in the hole there near to the straw market. And in just a few moments, they will begin their rush on Bay Street with the goal of embodying the majestic monarchy of history. This group wishes to pay homage to all great kings and queens of ancient civilizations, including Shaka Zulu, Nefertiti, Alexander the Great, Cleopatra, among others. All right, their banner. Use a Saxon card, so I can let you take this over.
Their banner, the coronation.
I can let you talk here, group now.
The coronation of Jan Carr. You know, it's going to be so brilliant to see them execute this theme today, and I'm trying.
This is not an easy theme.
It's not an easy theme to execute.
So if they're able to execute it, and I can tell you from what I'm looking at, the banner is very well done.
Yeah, and so I'm looking forward to the step downs. You know, they have King Rama of Bangkok, the Chinese Emperor Tang Taizong, great kings of Vala, and legendary Mayan chief. They're going all in on this one today. They're trying to come back. Fifth was a hard pill to swallow last Boxing Day. So Saxons is trying to come back and show who really runs things on Bay Street this year. If I'm correct, right, Jerome?
Yes, no, definitely. Okay. They're looking to try and move up from the 5th position they had in Boxing Day last year. And so, as I said earlier, there's nothing that can motivate a team or motivate a group more than losing.
Yeah.
And losing is a great motivator.
Right. And so prior to the Saxons, though, we actually had a few of the smaller groups. You had the group of Omega Sci-Fi Fraternity Incorporated. Who else was there? Who else did we see?
We saw the Tribe.
The Tribe was there
as well. Yes.
Formerly Barabbas and the Tribe, but now the Tribe.
So he's keeping that going. So again, more of your Shell Saxon Superstars theme. The off-the-shoulder Dragon Warrior, the Chinese Emperor, the Queen of Athena, the Queen of the Nile, amongst others. The presentation will be the coronation of the new warrior king that gave birth to the heritage of the Golden Empire. The choreographed section will be Queens of Africa. The brass will be Kings of Africa, the tribe of Shaka Zulu. The backline will be the Zulu warrior king.
And the lead will showcase the great kings and queens of Africa and will be portrayed by outfits depicting Hannibal of Carthage and his battles from the Punic Wars to the Towering Alps. It will also be portraying Shaka, the leader of the Zulu Empire. And lead 2 will portray the king of Thailand and a journey through the city of Bangkok, snakes, demons, and gods, deities protecting the castle. So I think the Saxons are setting us up for a really, really good show.
I'm interested to see, because this is, as I said, this is a difficult theme to execute. There is also the unknown, because people are not as familiar with some of these characters.
We know the names,
history.
but we don't know
what
some of them look like.
names, and we don't know associations. So it's going to be a lesson in history, and trying to certainly bring it all together. So this is very bold of them, and I applaud them for coming out with this theme, because it's easier, I think, to execute the themes that people know.
Yeah.
So this obviously took a lot of work.
And this is where music is going to have to play a big part.
And the music will also have to tie in together. And again, as we have said, when you present a theme to the group, you've got to be able to prove how you're going to execute that from the lead banner straight through to your back line. All right, and so they obviously put a lot of work into this morning, so I'm looking forward to that. We saw just a glimpse of them down in the hole a moment ago, and hopefully we can get a little bit more in just a moment as we wait. And of course, it will be a few moments before they are able to get here to Bay Street.
Right. We're looking forward to it. All of the groups did a phenomenal job with executing their theme, so I don't expect any different from the Saxons today, because again, all of them have something to prove. right? They're back on Bay trying to get that top spot back from one family who took it all last year. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what the Saxon Superstars put on Bay Street here today. The bleachers are still full. People are still here waiting to see the Saxons. You thought it was going to clear it after the Valley. You were wrong. Because they're still here waiting. And there you see them on the screen now, the choreographed
All right,
dancers.
on your screen now, you see here the Saxons as they line up
battle
to get
ready.
ready to come down onto Bay Street this morning. You see these. I presume these are these. I go on them. I say these are choreographed.
These are the Queens of Africa.
The Queens of Africa. Interestingly, the Saxons said they will have male choreographed dancers this year as well.
Okay.
So looking to see where they will fall in this lineup this morning. Again, a lot of detail already you can see.
Yes.
And so they put obviously a lot of work into this, ensuring that this is executed well.
Right. This is a very, very interesting theme, and I'm eager to see exactly how they execute this, especially the music. The music always puts that final touch on things, and I'm looking to see how they execute that today.
So we are at about 15 minutes shy of 5 a.m. And it is, we are well into the parade in terms of time, but also in terms of group presentations. Thus far in the A category, you've seen One Family, we've seen the Valley Boys, the Music Makers, Genesis and Saxons. And as the Saxons really get cranked up this morning, the other A group,
Roots,
that's still not come to Bay yet is Roots, and so they will be bringing up the rear of the A groups. The majority of the, or more than half, I would say, of the B groups have gone already, and so, and a lot of the D division, these are the individuals. So we'll take you now to the hole to be able to hear some of the fanfare from the Shell Saxon Superstars. Oh, you have just witnessed something that is a rarity for the public, and that is the fanfare to then the rollover, which takes place down in the hole, indicating the start. That is the war cry, the rally cry. The group then gets ready to do battle and come to the starting gate.
And you saw the leader there on the screen, Percy Vola Francis, who's been in this thing for decades, longer than I've been alive. And he's still there going strong, and you can tell that he's ready for war, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. And you know, it's a heavy responsibility for him because he really has to set the tone.
Yeah, yeah. And the group is there. The energy is there. You can tell on the faces. They all have the look in their eyes that, hey, I'm ready to go and get this right now. And there he is again.
You
on the
talked
screen.
about him, and there he is again. You know,
Mr. Francis.
Yes.
The leader. He's in the group, and he's always there. And being in journalism for years, he's always willing to stop and talk with us, even while on the parade. And so he's a man. He
Always
does a lot.
very personable. Always willing to talk. Always willing to talk about Junkanoo. And so while we get ready to take on the Saxons, as they come to make their way, just a few moments, we're going to check in at the other end of the parade, where Marlena Leonard is getting set up to talk to us in just a few moments. So once we get the word, we'll go over to Marlena and talk to her. But in the meantime, you see here some of the folks who are assembled here on Bay Street. Eagerly anticipating. Oh, yeah. It doesn't look so, but they are eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Saxons, whether to support or to check out.
They haven't heard the rollover yet, so that's why they're still sitting down.
So I understand our Marlena Leonard is ready. She's at the opposite end of the parade where everything ends. Marlena, good morning.
Good morning again. We are back here on Elizabeth Avenue where we're standing with some of the original Fox Hill Congos. You guys just got off of Bay, so we're here with Shervin Brown. Can you tell us how you felt about your run on Bay this morning?
We felt good on the parade, you know. Felt good, felt succeed, like, you know, we already feel like number one already. You know, even before we line up, we come with our little shack, because now we only get our one little small shack. We had a little fire, you know, but it did not keep us back, because it's all about the Junkanoo. And it's like, once you get the culture feelings in your body, you want to come and, you know, produce the best of your ability. You know, and to me, it's mostly for the kids. You know, understand? Because then I didn't live my life, so now I try to help other young kids live a better life. You know, and like, it's just uplifting the community. You know, Foxhill is a nice village, but, you know, everybody get a challenge, but, you know, we try our best to represent the best of our ability.
You mentioned you had a small fire. What has the year been like for the Congos as a group?
Well, no, yes, you know, we had a small sponsor, but then, you know, a little bit of taking it far away, you know, because then you get some members in the Congos, you know, we really take Junkanoo really hard, excuse me, madam, we really take Junkanoo hard, you know, when we look at the culture of Junkanoo and the atmosphere of the colors, you can really see off the costume, it shows the beautiful colors. That's what we represent, you know, by bringing up youths in a different matter, but colorful, you know, like a flourish. And like when you flourish a beauty flower and it bloom, yeah.
Amazing. Now, I know there were some mixed feelings about the parade being postponed from last night. What were the feelings in the group? Did it affect your energy at all, or was it still just coming out strong?
I mean, it might have postponed, but I don't think it really damaged our character. It might have helped us in a way, you understand? And it might help many other groups in a way too. But then, to me, the weather is a tropical weather. You know, the weather is on and off, so I believe the parade could have gone on last night as well as it went on tonight, but they got the call. We only could just sit back and when the JCMP say so we got to go with whatever they say. But, after all, it's successful, we did round 1 now, so we're trying to go for round 2 and over it with a nice ending.
So speaking of round 2, I know you were happy with round 1, but is there anything once you get onto Shirley Street that you're thinking, okay, we're going to change this up a little or we're going to bring up the energy here or there?
Yeah, leave it on Bay Street, we was giving out corn salad. If they really see it, we was giving out corn salad. But now I got another pound of corn salad to give out, but now I got to find my spoon because I don't know where my spoon going. So it's a fun thing.
That's how you know you're having a good time, when you lost the spoon.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. This was Shervin Brown. He's a member of the original Fox Hill Congos. And we're wishing you the best of luck as you go on to Shirley Street next.
Peace.
All right. Thank you so much. Back to you, Jerome and Kyle.
Thank you very much, Marlena. I hope you're enjoying yourself there on Elizabeth Avenue. You really look to be having yourself.
I am, always.
I can tell you really look to be having a good time. That's another aspect of the parade. You heard...
It is. There's always the most happening back here.
I know, and I hope there it is. I always want to see what's going on back there. It's that push to get there, and it's like, woo, all right, we got 45 minutes to get ourselves together, get ready, and regroup,
Yep, for sure. And some people, you just see how heavy these costumes are. We could see someone struggling a bit to get it back on earlier. And you just realize just how much that is to put on one person and then to dance full energy the whole way down Bay Street. It really is quite the feat, and they definitely deserve the rest that they get here.
All right, thank you very much, Marlena Leonard. She's on Elizabeth Avenue, where the groups are taking their rest after that first lap on Bay, or that, for some of them, the second lap, because a lot of them start on Shirley Street and then come around the Bay. But of course, in just a few moments, we will be greeted on Bay Street proper by the Shell Saxon Superstars.
And there you have them, the lovely banner right there.
And there's a lot of activity going on behind us. I just want to alert the folks that there. Well, let me rephrase that. There's activity all around us, not just behind us. You can hear some of it in the headsets, but as we sit there, there's activity all over. Yeah. I still don't know if people still have this energy. Because some folks have been here all night.
But you're here now, they're getting the crowd amped up and ready in Rawson Square for the Shell Saxon Superstars. They've waited all night, all morning now, and so the Saxons are finally here in Rawson Square. You see, obviously, some who are fans and some who are not fans, but they're waiting nonetheless, and it's going to be an interesting ride through Bay Street for the Shell Saxon Superstars.
If you don't support, you got to see what the competition is like.
So when the results come out, you can
see. you gotta know what you up against,
But like you said, this is a
Saxons,
tough
this is the time to harden up your mouth. I know you're sitting next to one or two volley boys.
I hope that they execute.
Harden up your mouth. This is the time to harden up your mouth. Hold that volley, then do your thing.
But I'll also tell you from the years of experience that there are some groups that execute certain themes well.
Yes.
And I can tell you from watching this morning, the two older, larger groups have gone to themes that they are good with.
Yeah.
The Volley Boys went with the type of theme that they are good with.
Yep.
The Saxons are good with this type of theme.
Absolutely.
Not this exact theme, but variations of this I've seen from them in the past. And they've done a good job with executing. And so it's important, I think, to recognize sometimes that you got to go back to the things you're comfortable with and good at to take that win.
Because they're both trying to win right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
They are both trying to win.
They need to answer one family.
Yeah.
That's what their motivation is this morning. They've got to answer one family for that Boxing Day and subsequently New Year's Day win. That double win.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the crowd reacts to the Saxons this morning. Yeah. Because the Valley had the crowd this morning.
Yeah.
They had them, to be fair. But it's going to be interesting to see how they react.
You hear in the background, you see that people are riled up and waiting.
There's former Cabinet Minister, the Honorable Melanie Griffin, on your screen right there. She's a lifelong member of the Saxons.
Yes, Melanie Griffith.
Yeah, right there.
Yes. Yeah, she and I have many discussions about that. Yes,
She's a huge
good to see
supporter
her
of the
out and
Saxons.
still
There she goes.
supporting.
She's excited.
Very, very important, yes.
I haven't seen her the entire parade, but hey, she found herself right in time for the Saxons.
You get a clear view now of the Saxons banner.
The banner which represents the coronation of Jan Kwa.
I have to admit, I don't know who that is. But I am confident that they have done a good job in representing.
But it looks good. It looks festive. You have the two women dancing on the banner. It looks good. It looks like a winning banner, you know, if I could say so myself.
The Saxons coming through.
All right, so we are now in the midst of the Shell Saxon superstars as they make their way down Bay Street this morning with the theme, Legendary Ancient Rulers. We'll allow you to take it all in.
What they want? What they get? Who's that? Who's
All the Saxons say, oh yeah! Woo-wee! 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 Who will win this one? Woo-wee! 316! There you go, break these costumes up! One it out this morning! One it out this morning! Let's go! Who will lead? Who will lead? Who will lead? Who will lead? Who will win this one? Who will lead? The engine room is coming! Are you thunder? Are you music? Let's go!
Let's go, April. Let's go, April. Come on, Indy. Come on, get them this morning, Indy. Get them this morning. Break up the costume. Get them this morning. Get them this morning. Have to stop that. Open up, open up, open up, open up! Come on, April. Let's go, Nelly. Come on, Nelly. Break the beat costume. The ladies of SSD. Who are we? Who are we? Who are we? What they want? What they get? Come on in. Leave on the line. Leave on the line. Get them to see. Get them to see. Big thing. Oh boy. Success! I don't even think we need to call, the parade over, right? Who won the parade this morning?